Hello, welcome to Whisper Tales. Take a deep breath and let the world around you fade into stillness. Close your eyes if you wish and imagine yourself in a land of eternal beauty where the trees sing with ancient wisdom and the air shimmers with magic. Tonight, we journey to Middle-earth, a realm of wonder and mystery where the elves dwell amidst silver-lit forests and starlit skies. Allow yourself to relax, to feel the gentle rhythm of the story as it unfolds. And if you enjoy this journey, do not forget to follow Whisper Tales for more stories that soothe the soul and awaken the imagination. Shall we begin? In the heart of Middle-earth lies a land untouched by time, where ancient songs weave through the air like a soft breeze. This is the realm of the elves, beings of unmatched grace and wisdom who have walked the earth since the world was young. Their homes are sanctuaries of beauty and serenity, tall, shimmering trees that seem to touch the heavens, rivers that hum with the echoes of forgotten ages, and stars that shine brighter than anywhere else. Middle-earth is a world alive with contrasts. In its golden glades, peace hums softly, but beyond the borders, shadows stir. Old powers slumber in the mountains, waiting to awaken. Hidden paths twist through the wilderness, leading to both wonder and peril. Tonight, we find ourselves stepping into this enchanted world, drawn by whispers of destiny and the faint melody of an ancient tale. A tale of courage, sacrifice, and the unyielding light that even the deepest shadow cannot extinguish. Let us take the first step together. The journey awaits. Our story begins with a lone figure standing at the edge of a shimmering lake, its waters reflecting the silver light of the stars. This is Elenion, whose name means child of the stars in the elven tongue. Tall and fair, with hair that gleams like moonlight and eyes the color of twilight, Elenion possesses a quiet strength that speaks of countless seasons spent wandering the timeless woods of his homeland. Elenion is no ordinary elf. Born in the tranquil glades of Lothlórien, he carries within him a gift, an attunement to the song of creation, the music that shaped Middle-earth itself. When he listens closely, he can hear the whispers of the stars, the murmur of the trees, and the faint echoes of stories long forgotten. His people revere him for his wisdom, but Elenion often feels like a thread stretched between two worlds, the serene beauty of his home and the restless call of the unknown. Though Elenion prefers solitude, his heart is burdened by a longing he cannot name, a feeling that something stirs beyond the borders of his sanctuary, something that might one day call him away from all he knows. And tonight, as the stars shimmer above and the wind carries a faint, unfamiliar melody, that day draws near. For Elenion, a choice lies ahead, and the fate of more than one world may rest upon his path. Elenion's home is nestled within the heart of Lothlórien, the golden wood, where time flows like a gentle stream, unhurried and eternal. The trees of Lothlórien are unlike any others in Middle-earth. Tall and ancient, the mullein trees rise to dizzying heights, their golden leaves whispering secrets to the wind. At their roots, a soft carpet of pale flowers glimmers in the twilight, and their silvery bark gleams under the moon's embrace. In this sanctuary of beauty, the elves dwell in harmony. Their homes are woven into the branches of the mullein trees, delicate structures of light and air that seem to blend seamlessly with the forest. Elenion's dwelling, like all others, is adorned with lanterns that glow softly like captured starlight. Gentle melodies echo through the woods, songs of love, memory, and the passing ages. At the center of Lothlórien lies Caras Galadhon, the city of trees, where Lady Galadriel and Lord Celeborn rule with wisdom and grace. Here, the stars shine brightest, their light reflected in the still waters of the Mirror of Galadriel. Though Lothlórien is a place of unparalleled peace, it is also a place of bittersweet longing. The elves here are bound by their memories of a world untainted by darkness, their hearts heavy with the weight of immortality. Elenion, like his kin, often walks the paths of his homeland, seeking solace in the timeless beauty around him. Yet, he feels the restlessness growing, a subtle pull towards the world beyond the golden borders of the wood. For even in the golden wood, whispers of distant shadows can be heard, and the winds carry the scent of change. Elenion's gift is rare, even among the elves. He is one of the few who can hear the lingering echoes of the Elenion, the great music that shaped Middle-earth at the dawn of creation. To him, the world is alive with melodies, the rustling of leaves harmonizes with the whispers of rivers, the stars hum faintly in the night sky, and even the stones beneath his feet carry a low, ancient note. From a young age, Elenion was drawn to this music, spending hours in silent communion with the world around him. The elders of Lothlórien marveled at his sensitivity, for he seemed to grasp the deeper meaning behind every sound. It was as if the fabric of the world unfolded for him in a way that others could only glimpse in dreams. This connection gave Elenion a profound wisdom, but it also set him apart. While others sang songs of joy or remembrance, Elenion's voice carried a haunting quality, as though he could hear melodies not meant for mortal ears. These songs spoke of both wonder and sorrow, of light and shadow intertwined, reminding him that Middle-earth's beauty was ever fragile in the face of time and darkness. Lady Galadriel herself once spoke to Elenion of his gift, telling him that it was a bond with Eregion design, a thread connecting him to the stars and the earth alike. She warned, however, that such a bond carried both blessings and burdens. For those who hear the song clearly are often called to act when the harmony falters. Elenion treasures his connection to the song, yet it fills him with a quiet dread. For lately, the melodies he hears have shifted, darkened, as though a discordant note has entered the world's harmony. The stars seem to sing warnings, and the wind carries faint cries from distant lands. Elenion knows he cannot ignore these omens. The music calls him to something greater, though what lies ahead remains hidden in the shadows. It was on a night when the stars shone with an unnatural brilliance, their light spilling across the canopy of the golden wood like liquid silver, that the quiet peace of Lothlórien was broken. Elenion stood by the banks of the Nimrodel, listening to the gentle song of its waters, when a sudden chill wind swept through the glade. The melody of the stream faltered, and for the first time in his life, Elenion heard silence in the voice of the waters. As he turned, the faint outline of a figure emerged from the shadows of the trees, a lone traveler cloaked in gray, their face hidden beneath a hood. The figure's steps were light, as though they carried no weight, and they paused a respectful distance from Elenion. "Elenion, child of the stars," the traveler said, their voice both familiar and strange, as if it echoed from some distant past. "I come bearing tidings from beyond the borders of this wood. A shadow stirs in the east, a darkness that reaches even to the depths of the forest. The harmony you cherish is in peril." Elenion felt the weight of the words settle over him like a veil of mist. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice steady but laced with unease. The figure reached into their cloak and drew forth a small, intricately carved shard of crystal. It glimmered faintly, as if a light struggled to escape its depths. "I am but a messenger," they replied. "This crystal carries the light of a star long forgotten, now corrupted by a shadow that seeks to extinguish it. You, Elenion, have the gift to hear the song of creation. If this light is to be restored, you must follow its melody to the source of the discord. The traveler placed the shard gently into Elenion's hands. As his fingers closed around it, he felt a pulse, faint yet insistent, like the echo of a distant drum. "You are not alone in this," the figure continued. "Others will come, drawn by the same call. But your voice must guide them. The fate of the light, and perhaps of Middle-earth itself, rests with you." Before Elenion could respond, the figure turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving only the faint scent of rain and the glimmering shard in his palm. The air grew still once more, but the silence felt heavier now, charged with unspoken meaning. As Elenion gazed at the crystal, he heard it, a faint, sorrowful melody, so soft it was almost lost to the wind. It was a song unlike any he had ever known, one that spoke of loss, hope, and a fragile balance teetering on the edge of ruin. The song had changed, and Elenion knew his journey had begun. The following days were restless for Elenion. The shard's faint melody haunted him, its notes weaving into his thoughts and dreams. It sang of an ancient sorrow, a discord that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of the world. The crystal's light dimmed and flickered, as though struggling against an unseen shadow. Seeking guidance, Elenion climbed to the highest flat in Kara's Galadhon, where Lady Galadriel often stood gazing into the stars. He found her there, her golden hair shimmering in the starlight, her eyes deep with wisdom and concern. Before he could speak, she turned to him, her voice gentle yet heavy with meaning. "You have felt it, haven't you?" she said. "The shadow that grows in the east, reaching even into our sanctuary. Its touch is subtle now, like a thread unraveling the edges of a tapestry, but it will not remain so." Elenion bowed his head, the shard in his hand glowing faintly. "A messenger came to me, Lady Galadriel. They spoke of a great discord threatening the harmony of Middle-earth. They entrusted this to me." He held out the crystal, its light flickering weakly in the dark. Galadriel took the shard, studying it closely. "This is a fragment of Arendel's star," she said, her voice laced with sorrow. "A piece of the light that once guided our people across the seas. Such a thing should shine with purity, but it has been marred, tainted by a darkness that seeks to consume it. This is no ordinary shadow, Elenion. It is a remnant of an ancient malice, one that lingers from the wars of old. It was not destroyed, only driven into hiding, waiting for its moment to rise again." Elenion felt a chill run through him. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice steady despite the weight of her words. "You must follow the melody within the shard," Galadriel replied. "It will lead you to the source of this discord. But beware, Elenion. The path will not be easy. This shadow thrives on fear and doubt, and it will test you in ways you cannot yet imagine. Trust in your gift, for the song of creation is your guide and your strength. And remember, the light within you is not yours alone, it is part of something greater." She placed the shard back into his hands, her gaze steady and filled with quiet resolve. "The harmony of Middle-earth depends on you, Elenion. Go with the blessings of the stars, and may your voice be a beacon in the growing darkness." As Elenion descended from the flet, he felt both burdened and emboldened. The shard pulsed faintly in his palm, its melody growing stronger, calling him to action. The threat was clear, and the weight of destiny now rested upon him. The shadow had revealed itself, and Elenion's path was set. Elenion spent the hours before dawn wandering through the golden woods of Lothlórien, his thoughts as restless as the faint melody within the shard. The stars above seemed dimmer than before, as if mourning what was to come. He stopped by the Nimmerdale once more, its water singing softly again, though the song was tinged with a fragile sorrow. He knew the path before him was inevitable, but leaving the sanctuary of his home felt like stepping into a storm. Lothlórien was not just his refuge, it was his anchor, a place of timeless beauty and unbroken harmony. Yet, the shard in his hand pulsed faintly, urging him forward, its melody intertwining with the distant whispers of the world beyond the borders of the wood. As dawn broke, Elenion returned to Kara's Galadhon. There, beneath the pale golden light of the rising sun, he stood before the elders of his people. Lady Galadriel and Lord Celeborn were among them, their presence both reassuring and solemn. "I cannot ignore this call," Elenion began, his voice steady but heavy with emotion. "The shadow grows, and the light falters. The song has changed, and it leads me to a place I do not yet know. If I remain here, I fear the harmony of our world will be lost." Lady Galadriel stepped forward, her gaze filled with a rare tenderness. "You were right to answer the call, Elenion. The peace of Lothlórien must not be an escape from the world, but a light that guides it. You will carry our hopes with you, and the stars will watch over your path." Celeborn placed a hand on Elenion's shoulder. "Take heart, for even the smallest light can defy the deepest shadow. Trust in your gift and the strength of those who will walk beside you." With their blessing, Elenion gathered what he needed for the journey, a bow carved from Malorn wood, a quiver of silver-fledged arrows, and a small satchel of lembas bread. As he fastened his cloak of green and gold, a deep stillness settled within him. The fear of leaving was eclipsed by the pull of the song, the undeniable sense that his path was bound to something greater than himself. When the time came to depart, the elves of Lothlórien gathered to bid him farewell. A soft song rose among them, a melody of hope and courage that followed Elenion as he passed beyond the golden borders of the forest. With each step, the shard's light grew stronger, its song guiding him through the mists of the unknown. Though shadows lingered at the edge of his thoughts, Elenion felt a quiet resolve blooming within him. The journey had begun, and with it, the first notes of a new and fragile harmony began to take shape. Elenion's journey led him through lands that seemed to shift between beauty and peril with each passing day. The shard's melody guided his steps, a faint and haunting tune that grew stronger as he ventured further from the safety of Lothlórien. His path first wound through the fields of Celeborn, where the grasses swayed like waves beneath a silver dawn. Here, the world was open and vast, and Elenion felt the pull of the horizon as if the skies themselves urged him onward. The stars above seemed closer in these lands, their light glimmering like silent companions. Yet, beneath the serenity, there was an undercurrent of unease, a sense that something watched from afar. As days turned to weeks, the open fields gave way to the dense, tangled forest of Fangorn, a place of ancient wisdom and lingering mystery. The air here was thick with the scent of moss and earth, and the trees towered above, their gnarled branches twisting into shapes that whispered of ages long past. Elenion felt a kinship with these trees, for their silent songs spoke of a time before even the elves had awakened. But Fangorn was not without its dangers. One evening, as Elenion rested beneath a great oak, he heard the low growl of something moving through the underbrush. Rising swiftly, his bow in hand, he scanned the shadows. From the darkness emerged a creature unlike any he had seen, its body cloaked in black fur, its eyes gleaming with malice. It let out a guttural snarl, circling him like a predator. Elenion steadied his breath and whispered softly to the shard in his palm. Its light flared briefly, casting a faint glow that caused the creature to recoil. Using the moment of hesitation, Elenion loosed an arrow, its silver fletching slicing through the air with a whisper. The creature yelped and vanished into the shadows, leaving behind only the faint rustle of leaves. Despite the danger, Fangorn also offered moments of wonder. One night, as he followed the shard's melody deeper into the forest, he came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In its center stood a towering tree, its branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like tiny stars. The air around it hummed softly, and Elenion felt the shard resonate with the same tune. Here, he rested and allowed the song of the clearing to renew his strength. It was in these moments of stillness that he began to understand the balance of his journey, the interplay of light and shadow, danger and beauty that shaped the world and his role within it. Though the landscapes before him remained uncertain, Elenion felt the rhythm of the song growing clearer, pulling him ever forward into the unknown. Elenion's path grew darker as the shard's melody led him beyond Fangorn and into the barren, desolate lands of Eregion. Once a thriving elven realm, Eregion now lay in ruins, its beauty long consumed by the passage of time and the scars of war. The air was heavy with silence, broken only by the mournful whistle of the wind as it wound through shattered arches and crumbling towers. As Elenion wandered through the remains of this lost kingdom, he felt the weight of its history pressing upon him. The ruins spoke of a time when the elves worked tirelessly to craft wonders of unmatched beauty, rings of power, gemstones, and blades that shimmered with the light of the stars. Now, all that remained were fragments, scattered like broken dreams upon the earth. In the heart of Eregion, Elenion came upon a great stone gate, its surface etched with faded runes. The shard in his hand pulsed stronger here, its melody resonating with the faint hum of the gate's forgotten magic. But as he approached, the air turned cold, and a shadow passed over the land. Emerging from the darkness was a creature of nightmare, a wraith-like figure cloaked in tattered robes, its form shrouded in an unnatural mist. Its hollow eyes glowed with an eerie light as it spoke, its voice a chilling whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Turn back, elf," it hissed. "This is a place of sorrow, and no light may enter here. The shard you carry will only lead you to ruin." Elenion tightened his grip on his bow, though his heart raced with unease. "I cannot turn back," he said, his voice steady. "The song leads me here, and I will not falter." The wraith let out a shriek, its form twisting like smoke. "Then you shall face despair," it snarled, lunging toward him. Elenion loosed an arrow, its silver fletching glowing faintly in the dim light. The arrow struck true, and the wraith recoiled, its form flickering before retreating into the shadows. Breathing heavily, Elenion approached the gate. He placed the shard against the runes, and its light flared, illuminating the ancient carvings. A low rumble echoed through the ruins as the gate creaked open, revealing a dark passage that seemed to descend into the earth itself. Beyond the physical dangers, Elenion also faced trials of the heart. Deep within the ruins, he came upon a broken statue of an elven figure, its features worn by time but still recognizable as a craftsman of old. Beside it lay a tarnished circlet, its surface engraved with delicate vines. As Elenion touched the circlet, memories flooded his mind, visions of the elves who had once lived here, their joy and pride in their creations, and the sorrow of their downfall. He saw the temptation of power, the forging of the rings, and the betrayal that had led to their ruin. For a moment, doubt crept into his heart. Could he, too, be led astray by the call of power? Would his journey only bring more pain to the world? But the shard's melody grew louder, steady and pure, cutting through the shadows of his thoughts. Elenion realized that his task was not to dwell on the mistakes of the past, but to protect the fragile light that remained. He left the circlet where it lay, a silent tribute to the fallen, and pressed onward into the darkness. Each trial reminded him that his journey was not merely a test of strength, but one of will and purpose. The shadows would seek to undermine his resolve, but as long as he held to the song, Elenion knew he could endure. The shard's melody led Elenion further east, its song weaving through forests, mountains, and valleys. One night, as he camped in a quiet glen beneath a canopy of stars, he heard the faint crackle of footsteps approaching. Rising silently, bow in hand, he called out into the darkness. "Who goes there? Show yourself, or face the arrows of Lothlórien." A figure emerged from the shadows, arms raised in a gesture of peace. It was a human, tall and broad-shouldered, with dark hair tied loosely and a weathered face marked by years of travel. His cloak was patched but sturdy, and a long sword hung at his side. "Peace, elf," the man said with a wry smile. "I am no enemy, though I am no stranger to arrows aimed my way. My name is Halros, a ranger of the north. I heard your song through the trees, faint but unmistakable." Elenion's grip on his bow loosened, though he studied Halros carefully. "The song you heard is not for mortal ears," he said. "Why do you follow it?" Halros sat on a fallen log, his gaze steady and calm. "I follow because the world has grown darker with every passing season. The stars seem dimmer, the winds colder. And now I hear whispers of shadows rising in lands once thought safe. If you carry a light that can stand against this darkness, I would see it protected." Though hesitant, Elenion felt a flicker of trust. The shard's melody shifted subtly, as if acknowledging the ranger's words. "Very well, Halros of the North," Elenion said. "If your heart is true, you may travel with me. But know that our path is fraught with peril, and the shadows we face are not easily vanquished." The next morning, the pair resumed the journey. As they crossed into a misty valley, they encountered a third traveler, a dwarf clad in heavy armor, his braided beard adorned with runic charms. He stood by a narrow mountain stream, inspecting a cracked stone tablet etched with dwarvish script. The dwarf turned as they approached, his sharp eyes narrowing. "Another elf," he grumbled. "As if the forests didn't hold enough of your kind already." Halros chuckled. "And a fine morning to you as well, Master Dwarf. Might we ask your name before you start the insults?" The dwarf huffed but relented. "Durgrin, son of the Rid. And this stream marks the edge of my kinslands. What brings a ranger and an elf this far into the wild?" Elenion stepped forward, holding the shard aloft. Its light gleamed faintly in the mist, drawing a sharp intake of breath from Durgrin. "A relic of the stars," the dwarf muttered, all flickering across his face before he masked it with a frown. "If that's what you carry, your road will be dangerous indeed." Durgrin hesitated for a moment, then straightened. "My kin have heard rumors of shadows stirring in the deep places of the world. If your path leads to such dangers, then perhaps my axe might find its mark beside your bow." And so, the unlikely trio was formed, an elf guided by the song of creation, a ranger with a steadfast heart, and a dwarf whose strength was matched only by his stubbornness. As they traveled together, Elenion began to sense that their meeting was no accident. Each of them carried a fragment of the greater melody, their destinies intertwined like the threads of a tapestry. By the time they reached the shadowed foothills of the misty mountains, the shard's light burned brighter, its song resonating more strongly than ever. The path ahead grew darker, but Elenion felt the strength of his newfound companions beside him. Together, they would face whatever lay in wait, bound by the fragile hope that their shared purpose could restore harmony to Middle-earth. The shard's melody led Elenion further east, its song weaving through forests, mountains, and valleys. One night, as he camped in a quiet glen beneath a canopy of stars, he heard the faint crackle of footsteps approaching. Rising silently, bow in hand, he called out into the darkness. "Who goes there? Show yourself, or face the arrows of Lothlórien." A figure emerged from the shadows, arms raised in a gesture of peace. It was a human, tall and broad-shouldered, with dark hair tied loosely and a weathered face marked by years of travel. His cloak was patched but sturdy, and a long sword hung at his side. "Peace, elf," the man said with a wry smile. "I am no enemy, though I am no stranger to arrows aimed my way. My name is Halros, a ranger of the north. I heard your song through the trees, faint but unmistakable." Elenion's grip on his bow loosened, though he studied Halros carefully. "The song you heard is not from mortal ears," he said. "Why do you follow it?" Halros sat on a fallen log, his gaze steady and calm. "I follow because the world has grown darker with every passing season. The stars seem dimmer, the winds colder. And now I hear whispers of shadows rising in lands once thought safe. If you carry a light that can stand against this darkness, I would see it protected." Though hesitant, Elenion felt a flicker of trust. The shard's melody shifted subtly, as if acknowledging the ranger's words. "Very well, Halros of the North," Elenion said. "If your heart is true, you may travel with me. But know that our path is fraught with peril, and the shadows we face are not easily vanquished." The next morning, the pair resumed the journey. As they crossed into a misty valley, they encountered a third traveler, a dwarf clad in heavy armor, his braided beard adorned with runic charms. He stood by a narrow mountain stream, inspecting a cracked stone tablet etched with dwarvish script. The dwarf turned as they approached, his sharp eyes narrowing. "Another elf," he grumbled. "As if the forests didn't hold enough of your kind already." Halros chuckled. "And a fine morning to you as well, Master Dwarf. Might we ask your name before you start the insults?" The dwarf huffed but relented. "Durgrin, son of the Rid. And this stream marks the edge of my kinslands. What brings a ranger and an elf this far into the wild?" Elenion stepped forward, holding the shard aloft. Its light gleamed faintly in the mist, drawing a sharp intake of breath from Durgrin. "A relic of the stars," the dwarf muttered, all flickering across his face before he masked it with a frown. "If that's what you carry, your road will be dangerous indeed." Durgrin hesitated for a moment, then straightened. "My kin have heard rumors of shadows stirring in the deep places of the world. If your path leads to such dangers, then perhaps my axe might find its mark beside your bow." And so, the unlikely trio was formed, an elf guided by the song of creation, a ranger with a steadfast heart, and a dwarf whose strength was matched only by his stubbornness. As they traveled together, Elenion began to sense that their meeting was no accident. Each of them carried a fragment of the greater melody, their destinies intertwined like the threads of a tapestry. The shard's melody grew piercing as the companions entered the heart of the misty mountains, its light flickering like a desperate flame fighting against an encroaching storm. Their path led them to the entrance of a vast cavern, its mouth jagged and foreboding, as if carved by the hands of some malicious force. The air was thick with an unnatural cold, and even the stalwart Durgrin seemed uneasy. "This place stinks of old evil," the dwarf muttered, his axe glinting faintly in the shard's light. "Whatever lies within, it's been waiting a long time." Elenion stepped forward, his hand tightening around the shard. The melody had become discordant, as though struggling to find its true note amidst a cacophony of shadow. "The source of the darkness is near," he said. "The song has led us here for a reason. Whatever lies within, we must face it." As they ventured into the cavern, the air grew heavier, pressing against their lungs like a living force. The light of the shard illuminated ancient walls etched with runes of both elven and dwarven origin, their meanings twisted and corrupted by time. Alrose kept his sword at the ready, his eyes scanning the shadows for any movement. They reached the cavern's core, a vast, circular chamber with a deep chasm at its center. Above the chasm hovered a dark, pulsating mass, its surface shifting like smoke and shadow. From this entity came a low, resonant hum, a perversion of the song that vibrated through the air and into their bones. The shadow made manifest, Elenion whispered, his voice trembling. "This is the source of the discord." The mass began to writhe, and from its depths emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, its form indistinct yet terrifying. Two glowing eyes pierced the gloom, and a voice like grinding stone echoed through the chamber. "Fools," it sneered. "You dare to bring light into my domain? The song you cherish is nothing but an illusion, and I shall unmake it." The creature raised a shadowed hand, and the cavern shook violently. Shards of stone rained down, and the chasm's edges began to crumble. The companions scattered, dodging the falling debris as the entity's laughter filled the air. Elenion held the shard aloft, its light shining brighter than ever. "The song is eternal," he said, his voice firm. "It cannot be unmade by shadow or fear." The creature roared in fury, lashing out with tendrils of darkness. Elenion felt one strike his arm, the cold seeping into his bones, but he held his ground. "Alrose." "Durgrin," he called. "The shard's melody is the key. We must strike as one." Alrose nodded, raising his sword. "Then let it guide us." Durgrin gripped his axe tightly. "For light and honor," he bellowed, charging forward. Elenion began to hum the shard's melody, his voice steady and clear. The shard responded, its light swelling and spreading across the chamber. Alrose and Durgrin joined in the fight, their weapons striking at the tendrils of shadow, each blow weakening the creature's form. The light grew blinding, the melody overpowering the discord. The entity screamed, its form unraveling like smoke in a gale. As it dissolved, the shard's light flared one final time, and the darkness was driven from the chamber. The companions stood in silence, their breaths heavy, as the cavern grew still. The shard in Elenion's hand now glowed with a steady, pure light, its melody no longer strained but whole and harmonious. They had faced the shadow and prevailed, but the cost was yet to be understood. Elenion looked to his companions, their faces marked by exhaustion yet illuminated with hope. The battle had been won, but the journey was not yet over. As the shadows formed disintegrated, the cavern fell into an eerie silence, but the air remained heavy with unease. The shard's light, though pure, pulsed unevenly in Elenion's hand, as if the battle was not yet fully won. Alros stepped forward cautiously, his sword still drawn. "Is it over?" he asked, his voice echoing faintly in the vast chamber. Durgrin's grip on his axe did not loosen. "Something feels wrong," he muttered. "That thing didn't scream its last. It retreated." Elenion's eyes narrowed as he stepped toward the chasm. He could still hear the faint hum of discord rising from its depths. The shard in his hand grew warm, and its melody, though whole, shifted into a mournful tune. "It isn't over," Elenion said quietly. "The shadow has not been destroyed, it has merely withdrawn, returning to the void it came from. Its song still lingers, and as long as it does, it will rise again." Alros looked to Elenion. "Then how do we finish this?" Elenion's gaze fell to the shard. He understood the truth now, the final note of the song it had carried since the beginning of his journey. The shard was not only a relic of light, it was a fragment of the song itself, a piece of the world's harmony that had been torn away. To restore balance, the shard needed to return to the void, mending the rift where the shadow had taken root. But the shard would not act alone. It required a guide, a vessel to carry its melody into the heart of the darkness. "I must descend into the chasm," Elenion said at last. "The shard's light must be taken to the source of the discord. It is the only way to seal the void and silence the shadow's song forever." "No," Alros said firmly, stepping closer. "There must be another way. You don't know what's down there, you could be lost." Durgrin grumbled, his voice heavy with reluctant respect. "Elves and their dramatic sacrifices. There's wisdom in what he says, though. If this is what the shard wants, then maybe it's the only way. But it's a damn fool's path, elf." Elenion smiled faintly, his expression calm despite the weight of his decision. "I was never meant to keep the shard. Its light belongs to the song, not to me. And if my path ends here, so be it. The harmony of Middle-earth is worth any sacrifice." Alros and Durgrin exchanged a look, their faces grim. "You don't have to do this alone," Alros said finally. "We've come this far together. If you go into that chasm, we go with you." Elenion shook his head gently. "This is not a path for many. The light of the shard must remain undistracted, and my voice must guide it. You both have roles to play beyond this cavern. Protect the light of the world, for it is fragile even when the shadow is gone." Durgrin let out a heavy sigh. "You're stubborn, elf. But if you're certain, then I'll not stand in your way." Alros placed a hand on Elenion's shoulder. "Go, then. But know this, you won't be forgotten. Your song will live on in the hearts of those who cherish the light." With a deep breath, Elenion approached the chasm. He turned back to his companions one final time, his eyes bright with resolve. Then, with the shard glowing brilliantly in his hand, he leapt into the darkness. The descent was like falling through a veil of shadow, the air growing colder and heavier with each passing moment. The shard's light flared brighter, its melody resonating through the void. Elenion began to hum softly, weaving his voice into the shard's tune, guiding it toward the heart of the discord. As he reached the bottom, the shadow surged toward him, a mass of writhing darkness desperate to consume the light. Elenion stood firm, raising the shard high. Its melody rose to a crescendo, pure and unwavering, and the shadow let out a deafening scream. The shard shattered into a cascade of light, its fragments piercing the void like falling stars. The darkness recoiled, unraveling into nothingness as the light filled every corner of the chasm. Elenion closed his eyes, his voice joining the final, triumphant note of the song as the world was bathed in its harmony. Above, Alros and Durgren saw the light rise from the chasm, illuminating the cavern like a dawn breaking through the night. The shadow was gone, its presence erased, and the song of creation rang clear once more. But Elenion was nowhere to be seen. The light from the chasm lingered long after the shadow had been vanquished, casting the cavern in a soft, golden glow. It was as though the very essence of the shard had merged with the song of creation, mending the discord and bringing harmony back to Middle-earth. Alros and Durgren stood silently at the edge of the chasm, their faces illuminated by the light that emanated from its depths. The weight of what had transpired settled heavily on them. The void that had once been filled with darkness now pulsed with a warm, steady rhythm, like the heartbeat of the world itself. "It's done," Alros said softly, his voice tinged with both relief and sorrow. "The shadow is gone." Durgren gripped the handle of his axe, his knuckles whitening. He said, his voice gruff. "But the elf, he's gone too." For a long moment, neither spoke. The quiet of the cavern was profound, broken only by the faint echo of the shard's melody, now woven into the earth and air around them. Alros finally turned to Durgren. "We need to honor him, Durgren. What he did here, it wasn't just for us, or for his people. It was for all of Middle-earth. The light he carried lives on because he chose to sacrifice everything for it." The dwarf nodded solemnly. "We'll make sure his name is remembered," he said. "And not just in the halls of the elves. Even the stoutest dwarves will hear of Elenion, child of the stars." The two companions began their journey back to the surface, their steps heavy but their hearts steadfast. As they emerged into the cool night air, they were greeted by a sky ablaze with stars. The world seemed brighter, as though the heavens themselves rejoiced in the restored harmony. In Lothlórien, the elves sensed the change. The air was lighter, the trees hummed with renewed vitality, and the golden leaves shimmered as if touched by starlight. Lady Galadriel stood beneath the towering mullein trees, gazing toward the east with a serene expression. "He has succeeded," she murmured, her voice carrying both pride and sadness. "The song is whole once more, but its singer has joined the stars." From that day forward, Elenion's name was spoken with reverence across the lands. The stars in the night sky seemed to shine a little brighter, their light a reminder of the elf who had carried the song into the heart of the shadow. Peace had returned to Middle-earth, and though the shadow would always linger at its edges, the harmony restored that day would endure, a fragile yet enduring light against the darkness. Though Elenion was no longer among them, his presence lingered in the hearts of those he had touched. The shard's melody, now part of the world itself, carried his essence, an eternal reminder of the sacrifice he had made and the light he had protected. In Lothlórien, the elves often gathered beneath the stars to sing songs of Elenion, their voices weaving tales of his courage, wisdom, and the selfless act that restored balance to Middle-earth. Lady Galadriel herself spoke of him with a rare fondness, reflecting on the unique role he had played in the harmony of the world. "Elenion was a vessel for the song," she said. "But more than that, he understood what so many failed to grasp, the true strength of the light lies not in its brilliance, but in its ability to endure. Even in the face of the deepest shadow, he held fast to the melody within, knowing that the smallest note could tip the balance between despair and hope. For Halros and Durgren, the journey back to their respective homelands was a time of quiet contemplation. Halros, who had often doubted his place in the grand designs of the world, now carried with him a renewed sense of purpose. He vowed to protect the light in all its forms, guarding the fragile harmony that Elenion had given his life to preserve. Durgren, too, was changed. Though he had once viewed the elves with a mix of skepticism and grudging respect, Elenion's sacrifice had taught him the value of unity. Even the stoutest walls fall without the strength of many, he often said to his kin. We dwarves may carve stone, but it takes every voice to shape the song. As for Elenion himself, his transformation was complete the moment he leapt into the chasm. Though his mortal form was lost, he became one with the song, his voice forever entwined with the melodies of the stars, the rivers, and the winds. His journey had been one of discovery, not only of the world's fragile balance, but of his own place within it. Elenion had begun as a quiet soul, burdened by a longing he could not name. Yet, in the end, he had found his purpose, to be a beacon in the darkness, to protect the harmony of creation, and to remind all who listen that even the faintest light could shine through the deepest shadow. And so, though he was gone, his legacy remained, a testament to the enduring power of courage, sacrifice, and the song that binds all life together. And so, the tale of Elenion, child of the stars, comes to its close, a story of light and shadow, of sacrifice and hope, sung softly by the wind and the trees of Middle-earth. Though his journey ended in the heart of darkness, his legacy lives on in the shimmering stars above and the quiet hum of harmony that now flows through the world. Take a moment to imagine the lands he once walked, the golden glades of Lothlórien, the ancient ruins of Eregion, the misty valleys and towering mountains. Can you hear the melodies that still linger there? The faint echo of the shard's song, now woven into every leaf, every stone, and every drop of starlight? Elenion's story is a reminder that even the smallest lights shine brightest in the deepest darkness. That courage lies not in the absence of fear, but in the will to protect the fragile beauty of the world, no matter the cost. As you close your eyes tonight, let the harmony of Middle-earth guide your dreams. Walk among its forests and rivers, feel the starlight on your face, and know that the song is eternal, binding all who cherish its beauty. Thank you for joining Whisper Tales on this journey. If you've enjoyed this story, remember to follow us for more. There are always new adventures waiting to unfold, more whispers of wonder to discover. Until next time, may your path be lit by the stars, and may this song stay with you always.